So that is me, Dr. Jeanette Watson. I will be taking you through the comparative politics. And so please, others, you have to introduce yourself and tell us your background in whether you've done a course in politics, any familiarity, even if you had been on a campaign trail with a politician, it's fine. You can tell us. Okay, so let's call on Winky. Winky.
Madam.
Yes. Tell us about yourself. If you can make us see your face, that is fine.
Okay. Madam, please, that's me.
Okay, okay. So have you done anything about politics before or political science before?
Madam, please, no.
Okay.
I'm new to the course and everything in politics.
Oh, okay. Okay. So have you done any course relating to any social science issues or anything?
Madam, please, in college, what we did was amalgamated, so we couldn't like specialize in any particular subjects in social science, but everything was just mixed up. So this is our first one.
Okay, that is good. You learn new things. Thank you, Winky.
Thank you, madam.
Okay, let's hear Emmanuel Chair. Emmanuel Chair, can you introduce yourself, please?
I'm Emmanuel Chue. This is me.
Okay, good.
I have also not done any related course concerning politics. So this is my first time.
Oh, okay. That's good. We'll enjoy the class.
Thank you, madam.
Okay. Let's hear Joseph Kwanzaa. Joseph Kwanzaa. Joseph Kwanzaa, can we hear you?
Yeah, hello, madam.
Yes.
Yeah, good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Joseph Oprim Kwanzaa from Asinfosu.
Okay.
I haven't learned anything in political science.
Oh,
But
okay.
yeah, but even though I'm a politician.
Oh, wow. Then let's see your face.
My phone is disturbing me this morning, so later, later in the discussion, I will. Okay, but I'm here.
Okay. Oh, that's good. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for letting us see you. So that when we see
Welcome.
you on the political campaign rally, you say, that is just okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, let's hear from Yao Manson. Yeah. Yao Manson.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
Dennis Danso.
Your name, please mention it again.
Dennis Danso.
Danso.
Yes, please.
But we can see Manso.
Your mouse, yes. That's my username on Google.
Okay, so you are Dennis Manso or Danso?
Danso, Dennis Danso.
Hey, okay. So you have Manso and Danso. Okay.
Yes, please.
Okay, let's hear you.
Okay. I live in Tuhum.
Okay.
Yes. And I did geography and economics in SHS.
Oh, okay.
And I also did account at the university.
Oh, okay. Which university?
All Nations University.
Oh, okay, good. Okay, thank you.
Welcome, madam.
Can we see your face, Danso? Oh, okay. That's good. Okay, thank you.
Welcome,
Yes.
madam.
Okay. Let's hear Emmanuel Ebu. Emmanuel Ebu. Ebenezer Ebu. Sorry, Ebenezer Ebu. Ebenezer. Oh, Ebenezer has left. Okay, let's hear Bonzi. Cedric Bonzi.
Good morning, Doc.
Good morning.
Doc, please, I'm Cedric. I'm the monitor.
Mention your name, so that we know if.
Okay. Please, I'm Cedric Bonzi Mensah.
Okay, that's good. Okay.
I monitor the Switch program.
Oh, okay. You are the monitor.
Yes, please.
Yes. Okay. I've seen your WhatsApp, so that's fine. Okay. So, how many students are supposed to be here, Bonzi?
Doc, you've not gathered the information on those doing the comparative. From yet to find out, we've created a group for them, for which I've shared the link for them to join. But I don't know the number of students
Okay.
the course now. Some are doing other courses, so the classes are clashing at the moment. So don't have the for now. So then share the
Okay.
information.
That is fine. So as we continue to do it, so we are doing 8 weeks, right?
No, please. 4 weeks.
How many weeks?
Yeah, for the first block. The semesters has been divided into two. We have first block and the second block. So for the first block.
So the first block.
4 weeks.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Block,
4 weeks, right?
Yes, please.
So the second block, that is where we have another course on it. Politics, we are having 4 weeks, right?
Yes, please.
Okay, that is fine.
Right.
Okay, thank you very much.
Welcome back.
There's some person, there is some, okay, so we can. Okay, so today we will start with the comparative politics, but we want you to be sure whether this is the platform that you are on. Okay, just now, less than 10 minutes I was having a chat with somebody who was old alumni, and the person was on the platform. Okay, so make sure you are doing comparative politics. Other than that, you waste all the hours on comparative politics, a course that you have not even registered. Okay, so be sure that what you are doing now is a comparative politics, and you are on course. Okay, yes. So before we continue or share the slides with you, when you hear about the concepts comparative, what comes to mind? Comparative. What comes to mind? Can you deduce a word from comparative? Give us a word from comparative or an action word from comparative. Anybody at all? An action word from comparative. This is BC English. Can anybody guess? Yeah, we just saw Ebenezer. Ebenezer, we were calling you, but you left the line. Could you introduce yourself for us? Yes, Ebenezer, let's hear you. Ebenezer, your hand is up. Oh, yeah. Yes, Winky, let's hear you.
Madam, please, to my understanding, the word comparative simply means you making judgments on something based on considering the thing's similarity and then the dissimilarity that the thing is, or pertaining to the particular concept or thing, something like that. That is to me.
Oh, okay. So it's the issue of comparing. Okay,
Yes,
comparing.
yes, ma'am.
Yes, good. We've seen Robert
Madam,
here. Robert, are you sure you are supposed to come here? This is comparative politics, which you've done long time. Level, Robbie, Robbie.
Hello, Doc.
Yes. Why are you here
I
this
think
morning?
I'm in the wrong place.
Uh-huh. Odro also
Thank
came
you.
and I told him to go away.
Uh, thank you very much, Doc.
Okay. Okay. Yes. Ebenezer, your hand is still up, oh, or is the network? Yes, Ebenezer.
Hello, madam. Can I share my opinion on the meaning of comparative?
Yes, share your opinion, please, Joseph.
Oh, okay. My little understanding is comparative means judge.
Mhm. Mhm. Okay, fine. That is fine.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you very much. So I'll share the slides now. Yes, for us to start.
Madam, please. I hope you will share the slides with that after the class.
Yes, so before we continue, this is the course we are coming to learn about. So please, before we continue, let's agree to have a class rep so that we'll also have a WhatsApp group and then for this course so that the class rep will also connect with me for any assignment, any information, or any announcement. Okay. So I don't know whether you've created a group already. If not, let's get a class rep to create the group, and then you compile your email addresses for us to use it, because I will not send the slides through the WhatsApp. My phone is already full, so if I send it, it will be full. More, I cannot even open it. So I would rather share it through the email. So before we continue, we shouldn't rush. The course is so interesting. So if we say we are far behind time, so we are rushing, there are petty things that we have to familiarize ourselves with. For instance, knowing ourselves, knowing our background, so that anyone who is on the floor speaking, we know the person speaking to us. Okay. Yes. Okay. So let's find somebody can volunteer to be the class rep, and then we will move on. But before we continue, let's welcome Isaac Kofi. Isaac Kofi, can you introduce yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that your name? Yeah,
Yes,
mention
please.
your name. Mention your name.
Good morning, mommy and everyone. My name is Isaac Kofiapa, and I'm excited to be in this class.
Okay. Okay. So Isaac Kofi Ampa or Aqua.
Aqua. Aqua.
Okay, good. Okay. So please, who is ready to be our class rep? At least one person can be the rep, another person can assist. Okay, so let's continue and then finish hard. Hello, can I hear you?
Um, yes, please.
So who is volunteering?
Doctor, please, I'll volunteer.
Okay, thank you very much, Isaac. So Isaac, choose your assistant. You alone cannot do it. So choose your assistant so that in case you are not around, your assistant will help.
Um, Doctor, please, I think Mr. Ebenezer's hand is up, so I believe he would like to assist.
Benezer's hand had been on since 6 a.m.
Oh, okay.
We've been calling him to respond, but it's still on. Okay, so maybe he doesn't hear us, so choose another person.
Please, for now, I think, as lessons go on, we'll get other people to join. So maybe for there we can get another person.
Okay, so please, now that we've gotten a class rep, we are online now. Okay, we are online now. We don't know when you people will meet. So please collect their numbers and form the group now for me to get your email addresses. So that's why I wanted to um, formally constitute this class, so that because the class is online, we normally meet online. Okay, so please get the numbers now. We'll use about um, 20 minutes to get the numbers. We are not just learning and learning and going away. We have to know ourselves. We have to know the models of operandi, and then we continue. So please, Isaac, collect their numbers and then form the WhatsApp group now whilst we are waiting for others, because I can see somebody just left. I think Ebenezer left. Ebenezer Ebu left right now.
Okay, Doctor. Please, I will kindly do a quick roll call. So if I mention your name, then you give me the full name together with your contact details so that later on I can create a platform for us all. So please, I will begin with Winky. Winky.
Yeah. Hello. My name is
Yeah.
actually Amos, but because of the Google username,
Okay, Mr. Amos, please your contact detail.
please my number is 059
059
22
22
50
50
457.
457.
Yes.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Amos.
Uh,
And please, Mr. Joseph, if you're around.
Yeah, I'm here. My contact 0243
0243
00
00
20
20
74.
74. All right, thank you very much, Mr. Joseph.
Welcome.
Emmanuel. Mr. Emmanuel, if you're around. Okay, Mr. Yao. Mr. Yao.
Hello.
Yes,
Hello, sir.
sir. Please,
Uh-huh.
can I get your contact?
Dennis Danso.
Okay, Mr. Dennis.
055
055
691
691
72 00.
7200.
Yes.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Dennis.
Welcome.
Mr. Emmanuel,
Hello.
welcome.
Thank you.
Please, can
Yes,
I get your
please.
My number
Yes, please. My number is 024 799
799
42
42
86.
86.
Thank
All
you.
right, thank you very much, Mr. Emmanuel.
Yeah,
7.
Mr. Emmanuel, I'm here.
I think we have 2 Emmanuels here. Okay, so at this moment, I will need a surname for Mr. Emmanuel, the one with the contact details having the last 2 digits 86.
I've not given mine.
Please,
Hello.
give me a minute. Let me seek for the other one before I come to you.
Okay. Yeah. Mine is Emmanuel Oponchre.
Okay, Emmanuel Opon. All right, thank you very much, Mr.
Okay. Thank you too.
Okay, Mr. Emmanuel, please, you can now give your details.
I'm Emmanuel Kofi Danso.
Okay, Emmanuel Danso. Please,
Emmanuel, Emmanuel Kofi Danso.
yes, please, the contact.
0240
0240
506
506
777.
777. All right, thank you very much, Mr. Danso.
Okay, you're welcome.
Mr. Ben,
Yeah.
sir, please, can you share your contact details with us?
Yeah.
0247 56
54
54
49.
49. All right, thank you very much, Mr. Ben. Please, my name is Isaac Kofiakwa, and my contact detail, if someone will want to reach out to me, is 054 99 I will personally try and reach out as I create the WhatsApp number as well. Dr. Mam, please, we have Mr. Amos, Mr. Joseph, Mr. Emmanuel Opon, Mr. Dennis, Mr. Ben, and Mr. Emmanuel Danso currently active on the platform. As and when the others join, we'll quickly take their contact details and we'll add them as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I can see Nicholas Info. Nicholas, are you with us? Are you doing comparative politics? Nicholas Info. Okay. Isaac, are you lost?
No, please. I'm right
No,
here.
not you. Not you, Isaac Amakame. Are you lost?
Oh, madam, good morning. Oh, I am
Good
lost,
morning.
completely lost. But
Yes.
we 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 know ourselves, so I wanted to greet you before I leave.
Oh,
Uh,
oh, that's good. Thank you very
uh,
much.
uh,
Okay, so
let me greet you and then look for my class. We
okay.
we did this course the last semester, and that's our first semester.
Mm.
Thank you so
Okay,
much,
good.
madam.
Okay,
Yeah,
greetings to
yes,
the
please.
rest for us.
Okay, okay. Uh, um,
Please, I'm doing comparative.
Yes, Nicholas. Okay, yes.
Mr. Nicholas, welcome. Please, your contact details. Hello, Mr. Nicholas.
Okay, we can continue and then uh, Sir Nicholas.
Hello.
Yeah, Isaac wants your contact because he's creating a WhatsApp WhatsApp
Okay,
platform.
please.
So mention your contacts, okay?
Okay, please. My contact is 0249 43
0249
43 83 09.
I thank you very much, Mr. Nicholas.
Okay.
Doctor, please, I think the lesson can continue from here.
Okay, good. Yes, please, the most important thing for us is to have folders, because sometimes the courses that you are doing, if you don't take care, you mix them. Okay, so get a folder, because when I send the materials, I expect you to have them in one folder, so that even when you are doing your revision, you can also make reference to it correctly. Another thing too is that after the lesson, I give self-assessment for you to assess yourself whether you've understood what we've discussed. Another thing too is that sometimes people are busy, so they just come on Zoom or on the net and then sit somewhere because they are aware that the slides will be shared to them. It's not only about the slide. The slides is a skeletal lecture notes. And so the discussion in class is very important, and your understanding, okay, and your participation will also attract you very, very good marks. Because when I'm marking your script and I realize that in your exams, probably you've gotten 49, and I look at it and I know that, oh, this person has been participating in class, I'll give you the participation marks in addition, so that it's to push you up. Okay, and so try as much as possible to participate and then contribute to discussion, and that will make the class very, very interesting and involving. I hope you are okay with that.
Yes, doctor. Yeah.
Okay, so today, as we have already indicated, we are coming to do comparative politics, which is the course code is 103D. Remember that. So we are here to understand uh, polit political science and politics. Okay, can you see the slides now? Full.
Yes, please, doctor.
Um, yes. Okay. So this is the outline of what we are coming to learn. We learn something about the concepts in comparative politics. We learn definition and scope, where we will cover on comparative politics. We also learn the importance. We've learned that even from the word comparative, we can deduce the word as compare. The action word is compare. And so we are coming to learn various political activities, various political structures in the various countries that we have in this world. Okay. And we will learn theoretical approaches, because remember, this is an academic work. We will learn theoretical approaches to comparative politics. Okay. We also learn some structural functionalism. They are part of the theoretical approaches. Behaviorism, institutionalism, rational choice theory. All these are theories in comparative politics. And as we continue to move on, you realize that one way or the other, our activities, our thinking, our behavior, all boils down to how we compare politics in our countries that we learn about. Some people are politicians, as we've all known. And so even the decision that these politicians make, some of them fall in line with these approaches to comparative politics. So when you learn the approach of behaviorism, rational choice, then you know that, oh, okay, so all these things that are happening falls under this. Okay. But before we continue, comparative politics falls under political science, okay? And political science is a subfield of social science. The political science is the study of politics. Study of politics, we are making reference to authoritative behavior of leaders, okay? We are studying the authoritative behavior of leaders. We also learn political institutions. When we are talking about political institutions, we are talking about maybe parliament, the executive branch of government. We are also learning about the judiciary. All falls under political science. Okay. We also learn political behavior. We also learn power dynamics. Okay. Power dynamics. Recently, we've been seeing how MPP presidential aspirants are campaigning and going on tour, canvassing support. Some people use their charisma, some people use their dynamism, the way they interact with people. Some people also use their incumbency. This morning we heard that some people were saying that once Dr. Baumia has already been projected, it's wise, it's wise for the MPP party to project him continuously. Okay, all these things comes under power dynamics. Are the council of elders projecting that? Are the youth with their leaders projecting that? All these things falls under the power dynamics and behavior, political behavior of politicians. We also have ideologies. Okay, we've been hearing about NDC ideology of social democrats. We have MPP also going for capitalist system or property owned democracy. Okay, so we learn all these things under political science. We also learn policies. Policies is about making decisions and then implementing those decisions to benefit the public or for public good. You also learn functioning of the government at various levels. Under political science, we learn the local government, we have the central government or national government. We also learn international politics, okay, where we have international relations, even under a different a course altogether, which I believe you learn, those who register for it, you learn the next block. So when we talk about the study of politics, we are talking about describing and analyzing how power is obtained. In Ghana, how do we mandate people, or how do we give authority to people? We go for elections, okay? And under political science, we learn about systems of elections or electoral system. You learn all these things, okay? So how power is obtained, how power is exercised, how power is controlled. You know, you can even if you haven't done political science, you can look at what is happening in the social media. Okay, you can even compare how NDC then and how NDC now. You can judge for yourself. Somebody says comparative, we are talking about judging. So you can judge for yourself NDC then and NDC now. Okay, all boils down to how our power is exercised, how our power is controlled, or how the public give the mandates to political leaders to control us or to rule us. Okay, how decisions are made and the context in which those decisions occur. Recently, people are coming out to say that during the campaign, during the 2024 campaign, they heard NDC saying the moment they assume office, they will declare state of emergency on Galamsey sites. Okay. Whether some people heard it right or whether some people did not hear it correctly, it's a decision that the ruling government must make. How are they fighting the Galamsey menace? All boils down to decision, power decision. And we learn all these under political science. Okay. So if we are talking about politics or the study of politics, what is politics? What is politics? We are learning comparative politics, but first we have to know politics before we can compare politics. Okay. So history is past politics. Even if you are an ordinary person or you are a geography student or you are accountant or you are a science student who wants to study politics. All that you have to know is that politics is past, history is past politics. So once we are learning all these, the then NDC government is now history. Okay, it's now history. And what we are witnessing today will be history one day. Just as we witnessed Kwame Nkrumah. During Kwame Nkrumah time, it was politics, political activities. Now it's history. Okay, so when you want to study history, it means that the past politics is history. So history is past politics, and politics is present history. So an ordinary person who doesn't know politics and history can deduce that whatever happens today, which is present history. And so Now, once it's past and gone, 2024 is history now, but it was politics then. Okay. And during that time, we could say that, okay, we are making history. History is being made. That is why Ghanaians voted about 57% for the NDC. It means that history has been made. Okay. During that time, it was politics. Now it's history. Okay. So political scientists will leave the past as the preserve of historians and then focus on contemporary history and name it politics. So now we are in contemporary history where we are naming it politics, so that in the near future, for instance, 2028, when we will be in another realm of politics, we will consider 2025 as history. Okay. So political science was born out of history and because of efforts to distinguish the study of politics from the study of history. Okay. So, for instance, during my uh, first degree, I studied political science and I studied history as a minor. And it's now that I'm realizing, oh, okay, so all that I was learning about political science um, turned out to be a history, okay? And so whilst I was learning Plato, Thucydides, Machiavelli in political science, history, Roman Empire and other things, and especially these Greek history and other things were once politics. And so if you are combining political science and history and you take your time to study all these, you come to understand what you want to know. Professor Mike Okey, who was the Speaker of Ghana's Parliament in recent past, was one of my lecturers at Legon, and he was very, very good. Now he's old, and we are also teaching the generation in this 21st century. Okay. Any question? Any question before I continue? Okay. So I'll continue. Once a while, I go and see whether I'm still online, because it's very pathetic if I'll just be talking, and people will not hear me. Okay. So before we continue, I'll take a break and then ask you to tell me what at least we have about 3 hours to finish this course this Monday today, and we shouldn't rush. We should absorb the knowledge that we just spoke about. So what have you learned? Anything that you say, if it's wrong, will correct you. That's why I had your background, your study background. Some did accounting, some did geography. It means that you are new to politics, and we shouldn't rush. We should all move alongside each other, and we support each other. So, yes, Mr. Amos, let's hear you.
Please, doctor. What I learned is I learned that political science is the study of politics. And I also learned history is a past politics, and politics is a present history. Then that is mine. Thank you.
Okay, that's wonderful. Thank you. Yes, Joseph, your hand is up.
Yeah, madam. I think my friend has said it all. I have also learned that politics is today, and then it's become history tomorrow or the next day.
Okay, that's good. Yes, who else? Everybody must speak. We are about you are about 9. So everybody must say something before we continue. Yes. That will also yes,
Um,
let's hear you.
I also learned that the comparative politics is a branch of political science, and we are going to learn a lot about the various arms of government. We'll learn about some of the institutions of government, like the local government, as well as learning about elections and all the things that come together to form the government. So that's what I've also learned.
Okay, thank you. Who else, please? Everybody will say so. Prepare yourself. Yes, Emmanuel, let's hear you.
I also learned that whatever is happening in Ghana now is politics, and then it will become history in the near future.
Yes, thank you. When you are ready, then you tell us because everybody will say something. Emmanuel Tre, your hand is up. Let's hear you.
Okay, Doc. I also learned
Yes.
that uh, politics is born out of history, and there is an effort to distinguish between politics and history.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, who else? We've seen another person online here. Bright. Bright, welcome. What did you learn?
Thank you, Doc. I just joined the class, but what I
Mhm.
was hearing was politics. I believe that politics constitutes a group of people with one idea pursuing a common goal to for a success of a particular group.
Mm. Okay,
Yeah,
so
that is my little understanding with regards to when I entered. I was hearing politics.
politics also features a group of people.
Yeah.
Politics also features a group of people. Okay, thank you. So we've we've heard from Bright, we've heard from Emmanuel Tre, um, we've heard from Isaac, you heard from Joseph, you heard from Amos, we heard from so if I haven't mentioned your name, let me know because I'm putting down some marks for you. So we have Isaac, who is the class rep. Isaac is a class rep. And then we have Emmanuel Kofi So we have Joseph Pansa, we have Emmanuel Kofi So have you spoken right now?
Yes, madam.
Yes, I've written your name. And then we have another Emmanuel Tre. And then we have Amos. And we have Bright. And we have Amos. Okay. So the rest, I think Danso, you haven't spoken. Have you learned something so that we continue? Danso Dennis. That's okay. So we'll continue. Thank you, everybody. Continue. Well, now that we've learned all these, okay, how did politics come about? The story of world politics began with the city-state. So, as I mentioned, now when you read about Greece, you are reading about history. But politics began from Greece. This is the city-state. So when you see politics, you see polis, which is P-O-L-I-S, polis. And it's a city-state community of ancient Greece. And Plato, Aristotle, and others regarded politics as the affairs of the polis. Okay, so politics is about affairs of community. So once we know that polis is a city-state community, politics is about the affairs of this city-state community. Okay, so the Greeks started politics in their city-state community, and they were looking at the affairs of the community. Okay, so the moment they started thinking about the public good, the community well-being, the community development, how people within the community can have access to good drinking water, can have access to good roads, can have access to maybe farming instruments. They were thinking about the affairs of that city-state community. Okay, so that is what you should have it in mind, that the word politics began in Greece, ancient Greece, where they were thinking about the affairs of that polis, which is the city-state community. Okay, so politics deals with distributing and exercising power and authority. So you see, once we are talking about the affairs of a city-state community, then we are talking about exercising power and distributing power. Okay, so if you are thinking about the affairs of a community, we have to organize ourselves and even get a leader. Okay, when we get a leader, the leader will lead us we have decisions that will benefit that community, like we have in Ghana now. Let's say Ghana is a community, and so we are exercising or distributing power. And how do we distribute power? We distribute power by going to the polls or conducting elections and ensuring that the right person is elected to lead us. And once the person leads us, it means that we have given the person our mandate. Okay, so these politics can occur through formal government structures, informal networks, and other influential means. When you talk about formal government structures, we are talking about having parliament, okay, having the executive in place, and even having the judiciary. Okay, we've heard that the new Supreme Court judge, Justice Bafuboni, is going to be vetted by Parliament. Okay, so Parliament is a structure, a formal government structure put in place for us to distribute power before we can swear the new nominated Chief Justice. It means that formal institution, including Parliament, should vet. That is what our Constitution says. Okay, so that everything will be in order. Once you are distributing power, everything must be in order. We don't want chaotic community. Okay, remember we are saying city-state community is a polis. And so if you are doing politics, it means that the right thing must be done. The formal government structures must be legal and put in place. And so in politics, as I've indicated, we are exercising power, distributing authority. And so what is power? Okay, what is power? Power is making somebody do something he or she would not have done. Okay, it involves coercion and manipulation. Okay, so for instance, if a bully, a politician who is a bully says that you don't have to step on this land, your own land that you bought, and the person uses power to coerce you, force you, threaten you without authority, then the person is using power. But the moment there is a court order, okay, the moment there is a court order, then we are saying that it's legitimate. It's a legitimate power. Okay, so authority is legitimate, mandated, legal, or power backed by law. Okay, so the moment the person, this politician comes to you and say that this is the warrant or this is the document from court indicating that you are not supposed to be on the land, it means that it's an authority or it's a power backed by law. And so now our president is President Mahama. He has authority to rule us. It means that we have given him our mandate, our power. Okay, the mandate that we have given him is authority because we went for elections, which is legally institutional political process. And then we elected President Mahama to be our president. So any exercise or any power that President Mahama exercises, it is backed by law. It is backed by the constitution that we have all alluded. So you cannot, that is why when the president is in power, it's very difficult to send him to court because all the actions that he's undertaking is backed by law, unless the person does something that is outside the law. Then you see there are people, civil society organizations, and even international community will come in and say that what the Ghanaian president is doing is against the law. And so if a state or a country outside Ghana is giving some incentives or aid, they will suspend the aid. That is why, even let's look at Zimbabwe, Mugabe. Mugabe was in power, but he had rigged elections. And so he being in power was not backed by law. And so international community, because they saw that the democracy that they are practicing is not backed by the people's mandate, they started imposing sanctions on Mugabe. Okay. But once the people is giving you the mandate, then it means that whatever you take or whatever decision you make is within the law. And the people have given you that power, which is authority to do what you are supposed to do. So according to Harold Laswell, he's a political scientist, he said that politics means who gets what, when, and how. Okay, politics means who gets what, when, and how. And so we've already mentioned that politics, or it comes from polis, which is the city-state community in ancient Greece. And so if Harold Laswell is saying that politics is about who gets what, when, and how, then we have to also reminisce, go back to our Ghanaian political atmosphere. How are our limited resources distributed for the needy to get some resources? How are our limited resources in the community, in the Ghanaian community, are distributed for people to get what? Okay, when and how? Okay, recently, or in the previous regimes, we've seen that LEAP, LEAP, the policy that was put in place to pushing people who are poor. I know you've heard about LEAP, against poverty. So if they give the mandate to the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection to organize this LEAP, and every month or quarterly, they send money to the poor woman in the household or poor people in the community. It means that it's within the realms of politics, because who gets what is also within politics, when and how. All boils down to ensuring that the affairs of the community is taken care of. So that is why we say politics involves making decisions that affect a community, whether a small local government or a large nation state. Americans are also practicing politics. Nigerians, Ghanaians are practicing politics because they are taking decision and ensuring that the community gets what they are supposed to get. And politics plays crucial role in shaping societies and influencing the direction of public policy. So it is central to the functioning of democracies and other governance systems, and impacts the lives of individuals and communities daily. Okay, so now that Ghanaians, we are enjoying a peaceful political system, you realize that politics is at play. We wouldn't have been able to enjoy this serene environment if the political system is chaotic. Okay, and even when there is a state of emergency, we are still practicing politics, because a state of emergency does not just come outside the box, because even look at what is pertaining in Boku conflict. They've declared state of emergency in Boku, and some part of Konya area. We also experienced Peki conflict, where these people were fighting because of land dispute. States of emergency and stay in a community. All come under politics, because state officials will take decisions and ensure that even if it's a small community, the people enjoy life. Okay, we heard that during the Boko conflict, people who skip a wall and enter a secondary school and kill students. Okay, so once the government issued a state of emergency, it means that it's providing the need of those up there, providing the peaceful environment for those up, ensuring that even those who were going to the BEC had a peaceful mind to go and sit and write. All these activities come under politics, because it's about the welfare or the affairs of the community that we call Ghana. Okay. Now, let's now look at comparative politics. Now that we've been able to understand what entails in politics, meaning the welfare of a simple community or a large state or a large country like Russia or US or Britain, let's look at comparative politics. By comparison, one may observe patterns, similarities, and differences, as one student on this platform mentioned. By comparative politics, we are looking at comparison. We are comparing patterns that we have observed. We are comparing similarities. We are also comparing differences. So comparison allows systematic empirical testing of generalization used to order diverse data. So if we are making comparison, it means that we are looking at what pertains in one political realm to what pertains in another political realm. Okay, so comparative politics is a subfield of political science that compares different political systems, okay, government structures, political behaviors across countries. It studies several countries' voting behavior, okay. It studies lawmaking processes, It compares patterns of activities of different regimes, analyzes differing ideologies and processes and decision making, and examining propositions, characters, understudy, and relationship between data classes. Okay, so when we talk about comparativists, we are talking about scholars of comparative politics, where we'll be familiarizing ourselves in all this. Okay, so let's even compare the then MPP and now MPP. We see now MPP having some division. So we are also comparing now MPP having some division among themselves, where other political party has emerged from the MPP we knew. All these things comes under comparative politics. Okay, so the previous MPP and the now MPP. Previous MPP, they were intact with Alan Chamantin, and now the MPP that we see now is divided with Alan Chamantin, also forming a united party, which this morning I heard that they were going to court. The old MPP says that under the Political Party Act, you are not supposed to take an old name, political party name. But this political party that Alan Chamantin formed, they have taken the United Party, which is not in line with the Political Party Act. So they were saying that they will go to court and challenge the decision of the followers of Alan Chamantin, why they chose the United Party. Probably if Alan Chamantin and the leaders have chosen Unity Party, probably this this legal battle wouldn't have occurred. But they chose an old political party that is not supposed to be chosen. They MPP, now MPP, they are saying that is their old or previous name for United Party, but why is it that this present formed political party by Alan Chamantin is choosing same party? Some will also argue that and CPP was also banned, but we have current CPP, the same Convention People's Party. What about that? Okay, so let's see the outcome of the political battle that they are going to engage in the law courts. And when we hear all this, we can still make comparison by their political behavior, their ideologies. So the new political party also has its ideology from the old MPP. So all this comes under comparative politics. Okay. Okay. So now let's look at the scope of comparative politics. The scope of comparative politics is broad and encompasses several key areas. Okay, several key areas. The comparative politics saw the appearance of variety of competing paradigms. We just mentioned how the old MPP and now a divided MPP with Alan Chemantin leading another group. They are competing for a name on themselves. All boils down to comparative politics. So many comparativists, including Khan and Lakatos, concluded that they needed an approach on the field. Okay, so Khan and Lakatos, they are all comparativists. And so they proposed that they needed approach to comparative politics. Okay, you cannot just stand up and say you are engaged in comparative politics without approaches. Okay, just as we have development approaches, comparative politics must also have approaches. Okay, so the approach will describe things. Its language would also explain why things happen, and its terminology would uncover deep understandings about the operation of phenomena. Okay, so if you are talking about an operation of a phenomena, we are making reference to a case. So now I made mention of the case of this present NDC and then the previous NDC, same under Rawlings, under President Mills, and even President Muhammad. Okay, the previous NDC under Mahama is different from this current NDC under Mahama. You see the posture of the leader compared to the posture of the same leader in previous NDC. So all these things will come under the approach. What approach are we going to use to study this comparison? So that is why we have approaches to comparison. So the scope, okay, the scope has been placed under 3 great paradigms. Okay, so the scope, we are talking about rationality, we are talking about culture, and we are talking about structure, though it goes beyond that. So for now, let's talk about rationality, let's talk about culture, let's talk about structure. Okay, fine. So the rationalist, because we are saying, we are talking about rationality, we are putting the scope under these three features. The rationalist, the culturalist, and the structuralist, they develop their ideas within the self-imposed confines of particular framework. So how would a true rationalist argue under comparative politics? What is the structuralist argument under comparative politics? And what would a real culturalist theory look like? Okay, so if we are placing culture, structure, rationality under the scope of comparative politics, what are they saying? What are their approaches? Okay, because remember, you are saying the comparativist, okay, can be a rationalist. A comparativist can be a culturalist. A comparativist can be a structuralist. So that's what we should bear in mind. Okay, so if a structuralist is talking about politics or comparative politics, what is he saying? If a culturalist is talking about comparative politics, what is he saying? if a rationalist is talking about comparative politics, what is he or she saying? Okay, fine. So before we continue, let's give ourselves about 10 minutes and then remind ourselves what we've learned. So back to you. What have you learned so far? Take it gradually so that by the time you finish the 4 week, you've learned the slice on our hand. Okay. So what did you learn so far? Yes, Mr. Amos, let's hear you.
Okay, thank you, Doc. What I've learned so far is that politics.
No, don't go to politics. We have moved from politics. We are now on comparative politics. So
Okay, what I've learned on comparative politics is that comparative politics deals with comparing similarities, differences, and then in the aspect of ideas and how you generalize things. And then I also learned about the scope, and then how people argue. So I learned that there are three scope of comparative politics. That is rationality, culture, and then the cultural scope. That is what I've learned so far.
okay, thank you very much. Who else, please? Yes, Emmanuel Confidence, let's hear you.
Okay, thank you, madam. I learned that, just as our brother said, comparative politics involves we are dealing with patterns, similarities, and then differences across different political ideas. And then also, I learned that a comparativist can either be a rationalist, a culturalist, or a structuralist. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Who else? Yes, Mr. Dennis, let's hear you.
Okay, madam. I have
Yes.
also learned that the comparativist is the same as the rationalist, the culturalist, and the structuralist.
Okay, so somebody can be a structuralist, a rationalist, and then culturalist. It's very difficult for one person as a comparativist be in all these. It's very difficult sometimes. So you get the point. So it doesn't mean that if you're a comparativist, you must necessarily be a rationalist or a culturalist or a structuralist at the same time. You can choose to be a rationalist, you can choose to be a culturalist, and you can choose to be a structuralist. Okay. Some people can maneuver to be in all these three approaches. But if you want to be very expert in one area, then you have to master yourself in one area. Okay, so that is how it is. For instance, we the academics, if you've done all the courses under political science, it's best that you put yourself under at least two studies so that you become so conversant, especially if you are researching on topics. For instance, myself, I'm much interested in political science and then researching in the local governance system. Okay, so if I master in the local government system, it means that if somebody need information on local government and the person reaches out to me, okay, I'll be able to provide that position information. Okay, it doesn't mean that I don't know much about political science, but I'm doing research on the local government system and women in politics. And so anything regarding this area, I'm expert in that. Okay. Same as another person. Somebody can also be studying political science and still master in international relations or diplomacy or conflicts. All boils down under political science. So these comparativists, they can be rationalists, they can be culturalists, and can be structuralists, based on the approach that they want to direct us to know. Okay, one person can master all the scope. Okay, another person can say, I know all the scope, but I want to concentrate on the structure. The structure is talking about the institutions. We learn all that. Okay. Before we continue, do we have one person, only one person to tell us what he's learned, and then we move on? Only one person. Then we move on. Yes, Emmanuel Che.
Doc, I've also learned that when we say comparative politics is a subfield of political science, and it deals in the comparing different political ideologies and systematic government structures, and also how various political activities shape the lives of citizens in a state.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so continue. Okay, so you've learned about this, the scope. So bear in mind, as we continue, you have to follow so that you don't confuse yourself, especially for those who are doing politics for the first time. Try as much as possible to follow. Okay. Yeah, Mr. Amos, you want to talk? Let's hear you.
Doc, please, when you were introducing the scope of comparative politics, you mentioned some people who proposed that the needed approach to comparative politics, and the names, like I couldn't hear that place. So.
Oh, okay. Yes. So we are having the corn, we are having the lakatos, and we have a lot of them. If you want to know how to pronounce, you can go to Google. The names are here. You can go to Google. Some people who are from the French or Francophone countries have a different way of pronouncing corn. Some also have a different way of pronouncing lakatos. But this is how the names are written. So you can go to Google Scholar and then you type in pronounce these names. It will give you the right pronunciation. It's not difficult at all. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so now that we've learned about the rationalist, the culture, the structure, and the approaches to comparative politics, let's delve much into it. Okay. So when we talk about rationality. Okay, rationality. Yeah, even in a layman's understanding, you are talking about, uh, I mean, bargaining. For instance, somebody can come to you and then ask you, what do you think? In this morning, I'm supposed to go for this campaign rally. And you know, I'm a political journalist. And so I just want to go for a rally, but MPP and this new United Party, they are going on a walk. Which of them should I follow? I'm a political journalist and at the same time analyst, and I want to know much about these activities of these political parties. Which one should I go? So it means that you are rationalizing, you are thinking how you go to these political parties. And so you are bargaining, even if you have a political master and the person says that probably I want you to go to this political rally, you can also bargain as a rational person, as a rational being. So rationality comes in as you reasoning, okay, reasoning, and then taking rational decision on a political activity. And so it's either you are bargaining, you are having a collective decision or action among some groups of people, you are also making credible commitments, or you are also having incomplete information, and that you want to make sure that this position that you are involving yourself in, you are sure of whatever you are taking on. And so rationality encompasses so many things. Okay, even if it involves school, okay, it's about rational decision. So let's look at what the Burkinabes are enjoying now. Though we wanted democracy to thrive in Burkina Faso, the people of that country are rationalizing that having a military leader is their best choice. It's about politics and rationality. Okay, so when you go there and you ask them, it's as if it's a collective action that they are all embracing. And so they were comparing their regimes, the previous regimes, under democracy, and now under military rule. And so they have all taken a collective action that rationally or reasonably we have to move with the military leader. As a rationalist or a comparativist, how are you going to use reasoning and rational decision to take part in politics? So that is what the approach is: rational decision, collective action, bargaining, credible commitment. Okay, so now we have some leaders who have moved from the old MPP and now joining Alan Chamartin. Is it a credible commitment? Is it a rational decision that they have made? So that is what a rationalist approach comparative politics. Okay, so let's also look at the culture aspect of the scope. The culture aspect of the scope is talking about identity, okay, differences, membership, and barriers. The structural aspect of the scope is talking about the regime, either capitalism, we are talking about the state. Do we call the nation Ghana as a state or a country or a nation? Okay, so that is what the structuralists will think about. As I indicated, rationality, this concept draws on the broader economic theory of rational choice, which posits that individuals aim to maximize their utility or satisfaction when making decisions. So when you are talking about rationality, you are talking about making right decisions, either collective action, to satisfy the individual. Okay. So for instance, I'm believing that a time will come that Ghanaians will not just be following political parties. They will follow political parties that will make sure that these political parties satisfy their needs. Okay, and that is the rational choice. I believe that some MPP people also voted for this current NDC, and that was a rational choice decision because they looked at their condition of service under their own political party and then made a rational decision that, oh, despite the fact that I'm a strong MPP person, if I vote for NDC, I'm making a rational decision so that my family members and those that I love will also enjoy. And so that is rationality. And that is the rational choice of making a decision in politics. And so that is what the rationalists say. Reasoning and rationalizing things before you take decision, because you are going to enjoy the maximum satisfaction. If you are using your rational reasoning, it means that you are ensuring that whatever decision that you are making, you are going to benefit. Remember, human beings, we are rational beings. We are rational beings, so you can't take a decision that is going to worry you in future. And so the rationalists believe that the approach to comparative politics comes with reasoning, collective action, credible commitment, so that you maximize your satisfaction. Okay. And so there are key aspects of rationality. But before we continue, let's delve much into rationality. Rationality refers to the assumption that political actors, whether individuals or groups or governments, make decisions systematically evaluating available information, preferences, and goals. So as I've already indicated, individuals, you and I, we made rational decisions whether to vote for an individual or you may love the individual, but you may not love the political party. So that is why sometimes people say that, oh, this person is very good, but he or she is in a wrong political party. Why do we say that? It's because you as an individual, you are making decision to satisfy your needs. And so sometimes key aspects of rationality is about utility maximization. You are maximizing all your utility. That is your satisfaction. You cannot enter. Some people who have moved from the old MPP and joining the United Party, they know what they are going to gain. And so they are maximizing all their satisfaction. They will not just move into the United Party for moving sake. No, they know that they have to reason and they are going to gain. So that is one aspect of rationality, utility maximization. And another thing under rationality is information and knowledge. Okay, information and knowledge. You go there and seek information, and also because you also have the knowledge to contribute. So one aspect of rationality is that you have the information, you are knowledgeable. That is why you are reasoning in this direction. Okay. There is also the issue of consistency and transitivity. Consistency and transitivity. If you are talking about consistency and transitivity, you are talking about, okay, the moment I join this party, am I going to be consistent? Am I going to transfer or transit? Transit means moving forward. Are you going to regret it? No. So before you make this rational choice decision, it means you have to look at the consistency. Are you going to backfire? Are you going to move on? We've heard that some people have formed political parties and the political parties have collapsed. Did they make rational choice? Did they make rational decision? Okay, so this is an aspect of rationality. All boils down to making sure that you reason before you do this. Remember, you are comparing. And so if you are approaching this comparison, you have to reason. Once I'm moving, am I going to enjoy continuously? Am I going to be consistent in my approach? You have to think about this. Then this comes to cost-benefit analysis. In rationality, you also think about cost-benefit analysis. So for instance, when you talk about cost-benefit analysis, you are looking at what you are going to benefit against what you are going to lose. Okay, so political parties or politicians, or should I say political animal, who is an individual or a politician, will weigh the cost-benefit analysis before the person will take a decision, okay, or before the person will reason, or before the person will rationalize. Okay, so for instance, if those who are joining those MPP who join the NDC, let's move on to those who MPP who join NDC, are they benefiting? Are they losing? We know that Omani Boama was once upon a time an activist under MPP. Sami Jemfi was once a youth under MPP. Before they made that rational decision to join NDC, did they consider the cost-benefit analysis? Did they look at the benefits that they were going to gain? Yes. Okay, because when you listen to Sami Jemfi, he was making reference to the fact that whilst he was under MPP, they were not giving him opportunity to even go on air. But once he became NDC person, and through his hard work, they were allowing him to go to radio stations to talk. So have you seen the cost-benefit analysis that this politician did? By making reasoning or taking rational decision, Sami Jemfi considered the cost-benefit analysis and then took that decision. Same at Kodia, the MPP secretary. He also take the cost-benefit analysis. He may be thinking that my grandfathers, my fathers are MPP followers. So why should I join another political party? No, the benefit that I will get is that whenever I visit my forebears, They are going to listen to me. They are going to give me all the support that I need. When I go to NDC, I don't think I'll get all these support. So the cost benefit analysis that Lawyer Kubia will make in consistency in joining MPP is that he is going to benefit from the forefathers or the grandparents who had been members of the MPP. So you see, before somebody take a rational decision, you have to look at all these things before you take the decision. One aspect too is preferences and interest. Okay, preferences and interest. Do I prefer to be a social democrat or a property owning democracy party? So preferences. I prefer to be a social democrat. I prefer to be a property owning Democrats. Okay. Social democrats and property owning Democrats, they are different. Property owning Democrats, which the ideology of MPP, they believe that give the opportunity for everybody to acquire his or her earth. Okay. The wealth that the person acquires is his own or her own. Okay, unlike the Social Democrats, this is the NDC. NDC says that, oh, all the wealth that you acquire, let's share among individuals or other people who may not have it. So that is the social democracy. That's the ideology. And then these people, property owning democracy. So preferences and interests. What do you prefer as an individual? What do you prefer? What is your interest? Is your interest as an individual acquiring your wealth, or is your interest as acquiring the wealth and sharing among other people? So you look at the ideologies and then you apply. And one aspect of rationality is adaptation to changing circumstances. Okay, adaptation to changing circumstances. It means that whatever happens, you can change. Okay, so that if, for instance, now that MPP is off power, what are they doing? Those who are reasoning to join the party, or who have already joined the party, how are they adapting to the changing circumstances that they find themselves? Are they bringing in another presidential aspirant? Like people are rooting for Kennedy Japan, people are rooting for Brian Champon, people are still rooting for Maumi Baumia. Are they adapting to changes? Okay, with the choices that they've made to still remain in MPP? Are they adapting to changes? So rationality comes in so many forms, including strategic behavior. Look at now Dr. Baumia. Wherever he goes, he's talking about unity. Now he's changing his strategy. He's not insulting anybody again, unlike previous campaign rally that he was calling former president, now president, incompetent. Okay, they were all strategies that they adopt so that they come to power. So you have to be strategist before you can be a rationalist. If you are not a strategist and you can't change your behavior, then you cannot make reasonable decision when it comes to politics. So as we continue to learn, you realize that there are different approaches when it comes to politics and when it comes to comparative politics, because you have to ensure that the approach that you seek within politics is good. That is why some people say that Brian Champon When he started as a violent person, but now we don't see him to be violent. Strategically, he's changing his tactics. When he came in, we learned that Ayawaso Wogon conflict, he was leading with some ninja men slapping people and other things. But now he wants to be president strategically. He has changed his behavior, same as Kennedy Japan. He used to be insulting people on the media. Strategically, because of reasoning, he has changed his tactics. The same thing, President Mahama. He used to be saying that upon Chifun, upon Chifun, I'm a dead goat. Even if you push me down here, but we haven't heard him saying anything because strategically he's changing his behavior because he knows that Ghanaians don't like people who are arrogant. Ghanaians don't like people who are pompous. Ghanaians don't like people who lord over them. Once we've given you the mandate to rule us, you don't have to lord over us. The same thing happened to Nanado when he attended the function involving the kings, and then he said that people should stand up. You saw how Ghanaians lambasted him, and he didn't do that again. So as a rational being or as a rational politician, you have to strategically change your behavior so that people will continue to like you. Okay. One other aspect of rationality, okay, remember all these things boils down to reasoning. As a rational being, you have to reason. Okay, so let's look at even institutional design and analysis. Institutional design and analysis. As we can compare our current government, okay, what are they doing? We know that during President Kufuor's era, they instituted a review committee to review the 1992 Constitution. Institutionally, they wanted to have a different constitution, but the implementation of the recommendation did not occur when a new regime took over, which is President Mills' regime took over. The recommendation of the review did not occur. But what do we see now? This current NDC government has also instituted another review committee to review the 1992 Constitution. It boils down to reasoning and rationality because people are saying that the executive arm of government is wielding a lot of political power. The executive is appointing the Supreme the Supreme Court judge, is appointing the commissioner for police, is also appointing all sorts of people. Even the Shraj is appointed by the president. Even the electoral system of administration or electoral process commission is being appointed by the president. And people have been talking that because of the supreme powers vested in the executive arm of government, it's wielding a lot of political power and having a lot of influence in the decision of the country. So people have called for a review as part of the institutional design and analysis, a review of the 1992 Constitution. When they come up with recommendation, they will implement those recommendations and everybody will be satisfied. Okay. People were saying that this current Chief Justice, if they had implemented the recommendation that was made under President Kufuor, the president wouldn't have had the authority to appoint this current Chief Justice. But let's hope that the review committee will come out with a recommendation that henceforth, okay, for the president will not have the mandate or the power to elect maybe electoral commissioner, uh, or commissioner for the shrine, or the chief justice. Okay, all boils down to rationality. The politicians have rationalized that the 1990 constitution has been serving the nation for more than 3 decades. And so there is time for a review. And all will come under institutional design and analysis. We also talk about policy analysis. Okay, policy analysis and evaluation. Okay, when we talk about policy, we are talking about taking decision for public good. Okay, for public good. And if you are analyzing the policies that people make, they reason before they make the policy. For instance, let's look at a policy on maternal leave. Okay, maternal leave, where there is a policy in most of the organizations that if a woman gets pregnant and is about to give birth, give some months, maybe 3 months grace period. When after giving birth, then they, because they want to provide extra bring forth another human being into the world. And now people are advocating for 6 months, okay, so that the person will get ample time to take care of the child. And because of reasoning and rationality, people are even proposing paternity leave, okay, paternity leave, because they know that some husbands will love to take care of their children whilst their wives will also go to the workplace and work. And so reasoning, that's what you are saying, taking decisions so that everybody benefits in the community. Okay. Now I've spoken much on this. I'm taking a break and then I ask you what you've learned under rationality. You don't have to be rushing through without people understanding. What did you learn about rationality under the scope of uh, comparative politics? Yes. Yes, let's hear Nicholas.
Doc, please, I think when it comes to rationality, a word that should come in mind is bargaining or collective action. So, under rationality, you are able to think, reason before taking a decision that is going to benefit you in your field of politics. And I think when we talk about rationality, it refers to the assumptions that political actors, whether individuals, groups, or governments, make decisions systematically by evaluating available information. Uh, and with the aspect of rationality, I think one aspect that I was able to get was the cost benefit analysis, which is what you gain or in comparative to what you will lose. And with the preference and the interest, you consider, do you prefer to be a social democrat or a property owning Democrat, as with the beliefs of the party MPP and NDC. The NPP believe in property owning Democrats, and the NDC believe in social Democrats. And also, I was able to get something that you should have to become a strategist before you can become a rationalist. So I think this is the little that I was able to get during your presentation.
That is very good. You've done well. Who else can also support Nicholas? Mr. Amos, let's hear you.
Okay, Doc. Me too. The little things I was able to gather is on rationality. I learned rationality deals with reasoning, bargaining, credible commitment to make a rational choice to satisfy the needs or to satisfy one's needs, and then be on the aspects. Um, I also learned that rationality deals with utility maximization. That means that before you make or you reason to make a choice, you must be certain on whether the choice you are making will satisfy your needs. And then another thing on the aspect also like to talk about is the policy analysis and evaluation. That is taking good decisions for the entire public. And then, for example, the example I made for myself was the policy of the National Health Insurance Scheme, which was so beneficial to the entire public. And then I will also talk about the cost benefit analysis. That is, before you are going to or when you're doing your reasoning, you must consider certain things, whether you are going to lose or you are going to gain before you make your rational choices. And then, as my brother said, the preferences and the interest. That is either you are going to reason, either you are going to follow the social democrats or the property owning democrats in the expense of in Ghana, in the expense of the MPP and then the NDC, and the adaptation to changing circumstances. Sometimes, maybe you may be, example, you may be in a political party, but things may not be going on well. So, how do you adapt and change your strategy to suit or to make people, in fact, like your policies and then come for you? And then, yes, that's what I can say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Who else can support most Amos? Yes, let's hear another person and we continue. Let's hear Bright.
Yeah, thank you, Doc. With the rationality, you cited an example by using Burkina Faso. They were practicing democracy, but now the system that you are practicing is not democracy. And it also boils down to rationality. So, in conclusion, what I derive from the rationality is that you take the right decision at the right time. With regards to the cost analysis of it, and then the benefit that you would derive from the decision that you are taking. So that is the inferences that I derive from you being a rationality. Thank you.
Thank you. That is a rational being. Yes, good. Okay. Please let's have another person and we continue.
But please, can I ask a question?
Please ask. Ask the question, please. You can ask the question.
Okay, Doc. My question is based on the aspect of rationalism, and then I want to ask the one on the preferences and interests. Maybe maybe I was part of the Social Democrats, and then later I joined based on my choice and then how I reason. I joined the property owning Democrats, and later after joining after joining the other people, and then I realized the choice I made was bad. How do I come back to the old one? That is my question.
It's not bad if you come back to your old one. It means you are also reasoning. And you are also making reference to your preference. So even if you come back 10 times, it's your own reasoning. I remember there was a professor called Professor Sedu, one Sedu. He was MPP person, and he moved to NDC, and he was even given a regional minister position. All that we heard is that he has moved back to MPP. Okay, so it's not bad.
Okay.
It's not bad at all. If you think that I've made a decision, I'm going to this political party, and later they are not doing what it's your choice. It's your choice. Especially this rational choice decision. Those in advanced countries, they make it. You know, in US, you've seen some people supporting Democrats and Republicans, and they declare their stand. But in Ghana, it's just recent that even lecturers were able to be bold and then come out to declare their stand for a political party. So gradually, I think we are heading there. We are consolidating our democracy.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, taking a rational decision to benefit you is not a crime. You are satisfying your ego. You are satisfying your need.
Right.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. So we'll continue. Okay. So now that we finished with rationality, let's look at culture. The culturalists. What does the culturalist think? Sorry, what does the culturalist think? When you talk about a scope, comparative politics scope, what does it? So culture helps to explain the diversity of political systems, behavior, and outcomes across different societies. Okay, behaviors and outcomes across different societies. It provides valuable insights into the complex interplay between cultural factors and political phenomena. It's important to approach the study of culture with sensitivity. That is the gist, with sensitivity. Okay, so culture as a paradigm, as an important paradigm in comparative politics, provides a lens through which scholars and analysts examine the impact of shared beliefs, values, norms, symbols, and practices on political behavior, institutions, and outcomes across different societies. Okay, that is fine. So now that we are talking about comparative politics and we are zooming into culture, and the literature tells us that we have to apply sensitivity when it comes to politics or approaching politics. So let's look at our belief systems, because here it says that our values, our norms, our beliefs. Okay. Sometimes people say that people play politics according to ethnicity. How do politicians respond to our historical ethnic beliefs? Or how do politicians even use the languages? Okay, so once you are a politician or once you are an individual believing in politics, that politics are about taking decision to benefit the public good, and you are looking at the approach to this comparative politics, and you are a culturalist, what do you have to do? You have to be sensible and sensitive in the belief system of some people, in the values of some people, in the norms, symbols, and practices of some people behavior. Okay, so for instance, we know that the Ashanti people believe in the respect of the elderly. Even when you are going in front, you are going before the Otunfo, you have to bow. There is the belief that even when you are wearing a cloth, you have to shift the cloth from your left shoulder. Those who study culture and tradition, if you are going to greet the king of another culture, you have to remove the cloth from your shoulder on your left side. Okay, I don't think it happens in all the ethnic groups, but it happens in particular groups of people within the environment. For instance, if the king from Lesotho was coming to visit Otunfo, and he doesn't know that even when you are wearing clothes, you have to shift from your left shoulder. He'll be taught. He'll be taught that if you are wearing our clothes, unless you are wearing your own attire, that one is different. But the moment you land in Ghana and you want to wear our kente or our cloth, and you are going to meet the king, it means you have to remove the cloth from your shoulder to show the respect to the king. That is what the culturalists believe. Okay, the culturalists believe that if you want to also communicate well to the people, use the people language. Recently, I've been hearing about Dr. Mahmoud Baumia speaking Tree. Say, hey, this guy can speak Tree. So you see, because he wants to communicate well to the people of the Akan community, he can't go there and be speaking his language. his native language. No. So if you are a political scientist or uh, a politician, and you want to go the way the culturalists believe, then it means you have to be all round. Hmm? You are going to somebody's town, the person doesn't understand your native language. You do your best to understand the person's native language so that you'll be able to communicate well to the people. Okay. There is also the issue of norms. Okay. In some parts of the northern part of the country, if you are an individual and even you are going to conduct a research and the husband is there, you want to talk to the wife, their norm is that you seek permission from the husband first before you can talk to the wife. Okay, even the wife will tell you that until my husband approves, I cannot talk to you. And if you are a good political analyst or a political science student and you've learned comparative politics, okay, you adopt what the culturalists they are saying. Okay, study the beliefs of the people, the norms, the symbols, so that even when you go there and you see that this is what they are wearing, you will be able to understand. For instance, in Ghana, when we are having funerals, we wear black. Okay, but in Australia, when most of them are happy, they wear black. So you see, you have to know the different societies, what they believe in. Okay, when somebody wears black in Australia with their color white, their fair color, you see that they are so beautiful. Okay, and that's their fashion. A lot of them will be wearing black, and you see them walking around. Very nice. But in Ghana, the moment you wear black, somebody will ask you, oh, who did you lose? Who has passed on? Okay, so to be able to understand what is going on in various communities, you have to understand their belief systems, their dressing, their language, their symbols, and what have you. And that will make you be sensitive in whatever decision you take. So now let's look at some of the key aspects or key issues when it comes to the culturalist approach to comparative politics. There is the issue of cultural variation and diversity, as I've already indicated. We have also seen the cultural determinants of political behavior. I've already said that. Okay, even when Mahama is going to meet Otunfo, you bow, despite the fact that he's a president. Within that enclave, when you are meeting the paramount chief or king, you bow or something like that. So I remember when Nanado went there in the 2020 elections, and we heard that Otunfo told him that he has to listen to what the people are saying, that the elections were rigged. The behavior of Nanado didn't speak well of how he is supposed to respect Otunfo. We heard that he just walked off without listening to what Otunfo was saying. And people were saying that, we shouldn't have done that. Even if it were to be Achim with Moti of Penny, that would be nice. But in the Ashanti Kingdom, even now, even that is not nice because you are meeting a paramount king. And our belief is that whoever you are, even if you are a president, you have to respect the king because you also belong to a community. What if tomorrow you are no more a king or you are no more a president? What if tomorrow you are no more a president? Now that we have President Anado as ex-president, now He has for a motive for penny as the king. So if you were disrespecting your king, what would you do when you are no more the president? Okay, so cultural determinants of political behavior also come under a culturalist approach to comparative politics. There is also the issue of cultural identity and nationalism. Okay, cultural identity and nationalism. You've been hearing that Ghana, we are one people with one destiny. Okay, the culturalists believe that if we want to move on, we have to identify ourselves. And what do we identify ourselves with as Ghanaians? We identify ourselves with our pledge. Okay, we identify ourselves with the symbol of the Ghana flag, so that even when we are playing football with other nations, you see that Ghanaians are waving their flag. They are waving their flag. And that is what we identify ourselves with. Okay. We also identify ourselves with the national anthem. When we are playing football, the Ghanaian team will be singing the national anthem, whilst the other group will also be singing theirs. So the culturalists believe that comparing all these things make a very peaceful environment for everybody to live in, so that you'll be able to provide whatever you all need. There is also the issue of influence on political institutions. Influence on political institutions. What are some of the influence? The language that we speak. In our local government or in the assemblies, they are saying that if you cannot speak the English language, speak your native language. Okay, so it's not compulsory that once you become assembly member, you have to speak the English language. The influence on the political institution is that the language has influence on our local government system. You can go to the assembly and speak Twi, Dagbani, Ewe, and what have you. So our culture has influence on our political institution. There is also the issue of legal systems and traditions. Legal systems and traditions. Okay. You are talking about systems in place and traditions in place. What are some of the systems in place and the traditions in place? If you come to our country, we have, let's say, a modernized or ordinance system of marriage. We have the Muslim system of or Islamic system of marriage. We have the traditional system of marriage. We also have our legal systems. We have the lower courts, we have the upper courts, and we have the Supreme Courts. Okay, courts of appeal. All these comes under our system. Okay, and even look at the dresses that the lawyers and the judges wear. It's part of our system. And so when you go to somebody's political jurisdiction, you have to learn all these things for you to be able to make good comparison. Other than that, somebody will say you backfire. When you go to a place and you see that they are organizing a funeral and they are wearing maybe white dress and you don't understand. For instance, the Gans normally do that. The Gans like wearing white to funerals, unlike the Akans that they wear typically the black. So if you are a culturalist and you have studied more about the tradition and culture, you know that it's part of their cultural system or it's part of their tradition and you will not question. So that is why you have to know how to behave when you enter into a political environment. Okay. Okay. Then we also know about the cultural approaches to governance. Cultural approaches to governance. What do we see? Okay. What do we see? Cultural approaches to governance. Sometimes you see that, the leaders, or even if a political scientist or a scholar wants to discuss something on the governance system, and the person is even within the jurisdiction of another area, culturally, you have to ensure that you don't go contrary to the culture or belief system of the area that you are. Okay, if you are invited into a Boko area, and you know that that area is prone to conflict, you don't go there be insulting people. That is the cultural approach to governance. And you are a politician, you don't go there be pointing accusing fingers, because you know that that place is prone to conflict. So as a culturalist, you see, all that you'll be saying is about peace messages, peace messages, peace messages. That shows that you are sensitive to the political environment. You don't just go be somebody will say pouring petrol into the fire. Don't go there and be pointing fingers at Yana and who. Before you leave the studio, somebody is already at the gate waiting for you to clamp you down. Okay. And one other aspect is the impact on policy preferences and priorities. Impact on policy preferences and priorities. So just imagine that you want to provide a need for some community members, okay, and you don't consider their cultural beliefs and practices. You go and provide the need, and it will be white elephants, okay. So before you formulate policies, look at the belief system, look at what they prefer. If they prefer KVIP, you ask them why they prefer KVIP. If they prefer WC, you ask them why they prefer WC. If you are going to cite a market, you ask them, why is it that you want us to cite the market this place? They will tell you all that because of their belief system, or because of the way they behave, or because of the way they do their things. Okay. For instance, if they go, they consider their festivals during maybe Sundays, okay, and you are going to make a policy on Sunday market, then you can see that it will backfire, because they organize their festivals on Sunday, and you cannot make a policy on Sunday market. In Cape Coast, Sunday market has become a novel, because most people wait and then go to market on Sunday, because they have studied the behavior of the people. And so the Metropolitan Assembly has also put their stamp on and say that, okay, major activities don't take place on Sundays. So why don't we make a policy and introduce the Sunday market for these people, because major activities don't take place. So this is what we talk about, a culturalist approach to comparative politics. You study the people, their behavior, whatever they do before you make policies. Let's look at religion and politics. Religion and politics. What have you been seeing about our prophets and leaders? What have you been seeing about prophets and leaders? If you are you are an individual wants to study politics or operate within a political landscape, and you are a religious person, and it means you have to study the people's beliefs, the people's activities, the people's action. I think about 2 or 3 years ago, we heard Reverend Owusu Bempa talking about Imam. I don't want to mention the exact words that he used. What did we see? Muslim rampaged his church building. They chased him and he ran away to hide because he mentioned something that he shouldn't have mentioned. Okay, you are a religious leader, and we know that you have aligned yourself with a particular political party. And so remember that not all people belong to political parties, or not all people have declared their political affiliation. And so when you are speaking, you know what to speak so that you don't endanger other people. When the Muslims youth attacked his church, that is where he realized that he should have been rational in speaking whatever came from his mouth. Okay, so religion, apart from people following some religious beliefs and then looking at the politics aspect, how do these moderators, Presby moderators, or Assembly of God presidents, or Pentecostal presidents, how do they behave in the political landscape? So if you are a culturalist and you are approaching this system of governance, or how the political behaviors of politicians are noted, you have to also look at the religious beliefs and how politics also play in it. You see that most often presidents invite the clergy and talk to them because they know that the clergy also control large congregation. And so if you are the president who reason and you want to engage with the prophets, or you want to gather more support for your political party, then it means you have to also respect what the people believe in. If the people respect Duncan Williams, if the people respect Otabel, and you invite these people and then you have a chat with them, you see that their followers will automatically follow you. But if you are a president or a leader and you stand in a radio station and insult their leaders, then remember, there's no way any follower of these prophets or reverend ministers will support you. And so, despite the fact that you are looking at the beliefs and system, you have to also strategically see how you behave. And so you see that they are all in line. The approaches of comparative politics are in line. Once you know how to talk, know how to behave, you know how to approach, and you are good to go. Okay. There is also the issue of cultural change and adaptation. Okay. Cultural change and adaptation. This thing also happened in rationality. Okay. How are you able to change when the circumstances also change itself? Cultural change and adaptation. We've been hearing about Trokosi. Okay. Trokosi, the witch camp, and all that we've been hearing, female genital mutilation. Now that the culturalists to comparative politics are studying them, they will know that, okay, these people were once upon a time practicing troposi, Chokosi, where a young girl will atone for the sin of the relative. So when you go to, it was normally practiced in the Volta region, where when a relative sin, they will send a young girl to a god or a festive priest to serve the god. And at the end of the day, the young girl will get pregnant. And so those who studied this system realized that no, you are saying the young girl should go to the fetish priest to serve, but at the end of the day, they get pregnant. So it means that they are abusing them. They are abusing those young girls. And so what do we have to do? We have to study the cultural practices and then adapt to the current needs or the 21st century needs. And so now trokosi is banned. When they hear that you are practicing trokosi, you will be arrested and sent to court. And so cultural change and adaptation. Now that we are in the 21st century, who wants to molest a young girl, abuse, domestic abuse, and denying them of their education? And so when we are approaching this, we know, okay, once upon a time, Burkina Faso too, they were practicing female genital mutilation. Ghana too were practicing female genital mutilation. What has changed? As the Ghanaians instituted laws to ban female genital mutilation, as Burkina Faso also instituted law to ban female genital mutilation. If you are a culturalist, you study all these things so that you don't go there. You don't go there and go and say things that you don't know. For instance, if Ghana, I remember when I went to do my PhD in Australia, there were some group of Ghanaians who were championing that the Australian government should give them permanent residence. Okay, give them permanent residence. Why? Because they are being chased to do female genital mutilation. And I told them that no, Ghana is illegal for anybody to engage in female genital mutilation. So the excuse or the reason for the Australian government to give you permanent residence will not hold. I was on a platform with some group of people, but I was telling them the truth. But do you know what they did? They removed me from the platform because they didn't like the way I was telling them the truth. But it was the truth because I've learned and I know that what they were believing, that Ghana was practicing female genital mutilation, is no more. The law says that, forbids that. If you engage in female genital mutilation, you'll be fined or jailed. Now, the Australian government, because we have technocrats in the Australian system, they have studied our system. They have studied our cultural behavior. They have studied our practices. And they know that female genital mutilation is no more. So why should you bring the reason? I was telling them, you see, but they thought I was maybe denying them what they want to do. And eventually they went and they were not given. The reason being that Ghana is no more practicing female genital mutilation. As I told them, if at least one person or in their group, one person had supported me and said that, oh yes, what Janet is saying is right. Ghana, we no more practice female genital mutilation. So you can't use it as an excuse to seek permanency. It's better you get a different thing, so that at least they will consider you. So that is what I was talking about. Okay, and let's look at conflicts and cooperation across cultures. Okay, conflict and cooperation across cultures. What do you see? What do you see here? We've been hearing about, I remember when NDC, they wanted a running mate. Okay. Have you seen that our political system has changed in the sense that if we have a northerner president, the person who wants to take a southerner as a vice, and vice versa. If we have, like we had President Mills taking President Mahama as a vice, same thing. When President Mahama wanted to go for the 2024 election, after taking Professor Jane Opokwajima, we heard people from the voter region that then President Mahama should take a Votarian to be the running mate. You see, conflict and cooperation across cultures. So if we want to avoid conflict, then that is what they are doing, trying as much as possible to ensure that all sectors of the community is involved in governance. Okay, now people are rooting for presidency, people are rooting for Haruna, people are rooting for Asiedu Nketia, people are rooting for Julius Debra, people are rooting for Ablakwa. They are considering all these cultures across the board. Okay, and so even when you are doing that, you have to also learn outside Ghana. Outside Ghana, what are some of the conflicts that pertains in the culture aspect? And so that if a politician is acting, do they consider the culture aspect? In Nigeria, we've heard that they have made arrangements that somebody from this region will be their president, another person will be, they have made that thing. And so sometimes because of conflicts and war, politicians sit down and then use culture across board to ensure that they cooperate and then avoid conflict or war. Okay. There is also the issue of cultural constraints and democracy, as well as governance. Okay. What do we see in our democracy? What do we see? Democracy says Kabimamin Kambi. Okay. But there are some situations where, because of our cultural belief, we don't allow people to even speak. I made mention of even when you go to some parts of the northern region, women are not supposed to argue in public with men. In some culture, yes, in some communities in the northern part, women are not supposed to argue in public with men. And so that is what they believe in. And so it becomes very difficult for women to even seek political position in the assembly. So in some parts, in this part of the community, you realize that though we are practicing democracy, there are some cultural constraints for forbidding some people to take part in our democracy. And so we have to learn all this. Now that we are advocating for gender equality, so that everybody, including the marginalized and people with disability, are involved in our democracy, is very good. Because if you really want good governance to also thrive in our democracy, then it means that you have to ensure that the cultural constraints on some individuals should also be curtailed. Remember, some people will not even vote for somebody with disability. They think that the person is not, excuse me to say, a full human being. So they will not even vote. But I'm believing that a time will come, they have to get a quota so that we have people with disability also representing themselves in our decision making. So before we continue, I'm breaking here for us to have a discussion. So we are going for a short break. Short break and then we continue. Oh, we are left with only two. Where are the rest?
I think they are off.
Yeah, because the lesson is 7 to 11. So I don't know whether what their timetable says.
I think the next lesson will begin 11:50, something like that.
11:50.
Yes, please.
Okay, so it means we are within the course. So let's relax for at least 20 minutes and study.
Okay.
Okay, so in about 6 minutes time, we'll continue. Okay, welcome back. Mr. Watson, are you doing comparative politics?
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, mom.
Are you doing comparative politics?
Yes, please.
Oh, and you are late.
I tried joining, but it was difficult for me. I've now been able to join.
Oh, okay. Fine. We've done it. So when you have the slides, then you can go through and then have the other readings and understand.
Okay, yes, please.
Mm.
So please, are we done for the session?
No, we are continuing. We'll close around 11.
Okay.
Yeah. Please, Doc. Mr. Isaac said, like he's not supposed to be part of the class, so he missed the first pin. So he said I should take the number, the new members that will be joining the class. I should take their number so that I created a group.
Oh, okay. Oh, so he's not supposed to do comparative politics.
Yeah, something like that. That's what you're saying.
Oh,
That is what I selected. Why? Okay. Whom should I call? Maybe I have to call and then.
So just give me your number. I'll add it to the group.
Okay. Should I call it out?
Yes, please.
0242
0242
844
844
510.
510.
Yes, please.
Okay, please. I'll do that. Thank you.
So should I exit from?
No, please. No, please. Thank you. I'm done.
okay. So we are continuing with the culturalist approach to comparative politics. We've done with the culturalist approach, and then we'll move to so, Mr. Amos, can you give us what you understand by culturalist approach?
Okay.
I'm personal.
Okay. Madam, can I go ahead?
Let's ask William. I will see whether he's
Okay.
saying comparative politics.
Okay.
No. I'm for economics and geography.
Then you are in the wrong line, please. Go.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay, let's hear you.
Okay, Doc, please. The culturalist view of comparative politics. They believe in sensitivity, being culturally sensitive in terms of making comparative politics, where they take into consideration the belief, the norms, and the behaviors of the group of people they are dealing with when making comparative politics. And then it also deals with being sensitive in norms, values, and behaviors of people when playing politics. Example, when you visit the Ashanti Kingdom and then you meeting their chief, that is Otumfo, for the first time, unless you have to bow to show respect. So maybe you are not an Asante, you visiting that place, and then maybe it's not the same as it was done as where you are coming from. Then you need to be taught in order to show respect to the chief. When doing politics, and the culturalist people believe that you need to be more open and conversant to the norms and beliefs of the people when you are doing politics. And then talking about the key aspect of comparative politics. Talk about cultural variations. And the cultural variations, we know that especially in Ghana, we have diverse group of people from different origin, different culture, and then the way they do things are more different. If you take their dressing code, the food they eat, the language, everything about them is different. So when you're doing politics, or before you form policies for a particular group of people, you need to consider the cultural variations. For example, maybe when you go to the Ewe land, the way they do things, maybe Ewes, in terms of food, they are into akpele. It's an example. In terms of food, they are into eating akpele. And then, so when you go to Ewe land, maybe you are trying to organize a party for those there. You know that their local dish they cherish most is the akpele. Therefore, if you go in for akpele, many people will patronize it than going for something like tuozafi from the northern side, which the people don't really like. So in terms of in doing comparative politics, you must consider the cultural variations of the people, and then the cultural diversion respect this. And then the next one I'll talk about is the cultural identity and nationalism. Comparative politics, sorry, the culturalist scope of view believes that in order to make a peaceful comparative politics in terms of dealing with the wider nation, you must consider what unite the people together, what everybody shares and everybody respect is what you should look at in order to unify the people and make a peaceful policies for the people. Example, when it comes to Ghana, things that bind Ghanaians together is we have the national anthem, which every tribe hold in high esteem. Talk about the pledge and the Ghana flag. So we can see during football matches or during international games or conferences, those representing Ghana goes there holding the Ghana flag in order to pay respect and to show that they are really Ghanaians. So when you want to do comparative politics in the culturalist view, then you should consider all those things before you do such. And then another thing about another aspect is influence on politics, political institution, influence on political institution. And then we know that in doing comparative politics, you must know about the various influences on the institution. Example, language. We talk about language. You cannot go into maybe, for example, you going to an Akan land, and then you knew very well that the people there speak the tree, and then maybe me doing the comparative politics, I'm from the northern side. I cannot go there speaking my maybe my Sisala or my Dagbani, which will confuse the people, and the people will not. In fact, everything we do will just be nonsense. Excuse my words. Everything you do will not make sense to the people. So when you are doing those, when you are trying to, or when you are playing comparative politics in the culturalist perspective of view, you should consider the local language of the people. So anywhere you go, identify the language that people understand most, and then communicate in that language in order to make everybody share his or participate. That's to make everybody participate in whatever you are sharing with them. And then I'll talk about the culture approaches to governance. The culture approaches to governance. That have to do with hello doc, please can you hear me? My network is messing up.
I hear you. Please continue. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so the next item I'll talk about is the impact on policy preference and priority. That one has to talk about considering the culture beliefs, the norms, and the culture beliefs, the norms of the people before embarking on a comparative politics. In a sense that some people, there are some particular days they are always busy, and some days they are free. Like as you mentioned in the sense of those in Cape Coast, the Cape Coast in other days they are always busy, but on Sundays that is where a lot of people go there to sell or to market their product. So because of that thing, it's like everybody accepted to go for market or to go on market during that particular Sunday. And one thing I learned in this scope or this approach is that before you think as a culturalist, you must be sensitive. You must be culturally sensitive, and you must understand that culture is diverse, and then culture is pertaining to everybody with the way of life and the way of doing things in order to make a good judgment and a good choice. And then one thing I also talk about is religion and politics. How religion and politics, that's another aspect I would like to talk about. And we all know that, what I learned is that religion plays much in politics, because before you formulate or before you take decision for a group of people, you have to take into consideration the religion that is dominant, or the number or the people what they believe what they worship in terms of their religion. So you cannot go to a Muslim community and then be building church over there, which the people will not be much interested. So that is another thing I have to say about that one. And even during campaign and then during election time, I noticed that some of the candidates do visit the various in fact in Ghana the three religious leaders, to pay homage to them and to help to ask them to help them to solicit their people's vote in order for them to win. So they also identify that in playing politics, religion is key. So even during the recent election that was held, I saw when there was a news popping up that Baumia, who I know is a Muslim, goes to churches and then see pastors, attend services, just to mobilize, the crowd and then solicit for their votes. So it's more or less a strategy he's playing. And then the last one I'll talk about is the culture change and adaptation. As you know, culture is not static, and then culture is dynamic. Therefore, in making comparative policies, you have to take note that maybe there are some aspects or there are some things people hold in high esteem. Maybe that thing or that part of their culture have not met the modern civilization. As an example, that the accumulated culture practices such as the trochosis system, and as we all know, it is against the human is against the human right to just take a girl child to a fetish priest for atonement of a sin committed by maybe a family member or the entire clan or something like that. And then that of the female genital mutilation, which is also a very barbaric act. So when you are when you are doing comparative politics, you have to make sure your sense of view meets the modern way of doing things in order to make better policies for the people, for the people to enjoy. That is my submission, Doc. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll clap for you. I'll clap for you. I think when the recording is shared among you, they will understand it well because you've really given us a detailed approach to these approaches to comparative politics, especially the scope on the culturalist. Okay, and I appreciate it a lot. It means that I'm doing my work well. People understand what I'm teaching here. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, we've seen other people coming in. First, Festus. Festus, are you sure you are doing comparative politics? Festus Senanu. Festus Senanu, are you doing comparative politics?
Dog, I'm around. I'm here.
Are you doing comparative politics?
Yes, please.
Oh, okay. So you missed the first train. What happened?
I wasn't able to connect, Doc. I was finding it difficult to connect, so I had to come to town. That is why I'm sorry.
Oh, don't worry. We've seen Gladys Mason.
Okay, Doc, please let me take his number so that I'll add him to the group.
Okay, Festus, mention your number, your mobile number.
0243
0243
51
51
01
01
77.
77. Okay, I'll add you.
Thank you, sir. All right, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah,
Doc,
I think Gladys too is gone. Okay, that's fine. So we'll continue. So thank you very much, Mr. Amos. So we'll continue with the structure. We have the structuralists also believe the structuralists are also comparativists. Okay, so they also have their own approach to comparative politics. And so in comparative politics, structure refers to the underlying arrangements, institutions, and systems that shape political behavior and interactions and outcomes within a given political system. And so if we are talking about the structure, we are talking about the arrangements, the institutions, and the systems that shape political behavior, interactions, and outcomes within a given political system. So understanding the structural components is essential for analyzing and comparing political systems across different countries. Okay, so let's look at the key issues when it comes to the structuralist approach to comparative politics. Okay, so we talk about constitutional framework. Okay, in our part of the world, or Ghana, we have our constitution that is written, the 1992 constitution. It is written so that you can go to the net and then download the 1992 constitution, which is written. We have various articles. For instance, the article, the chapter 5 also give us the fundamental human rights. So when it's a structured constitutional framework that we use to govern our nation. Unlike other countries like Britain, they have conventions that they practice, but you can't see that, oh, this is their convention. It's scattered all over. It's scattered all over, but you don't see it as the way we see the Ghanaian constitution. So that is what their constitutional framework is. They have conventions and laws that they practice, but they have a bit and pieces. They have bits and pieces. Unlike Ghana, that we have everything or every article written down and binded in a book. Under the scope of comparative politics, according to the structuralists, there are also political institutions. What are some of the political institutions? So we have the arms of government. In Ghana, making reference to Ghana, we have the arms of government, we have the legislature, we have the judiciary, we have the executive. Okay, when you go to other countries like Nigeria, we have the federal system of government where they have the federal state, they have the other states. You go to the US too, they also practice the federal system where they have also the Senate, they have the Congress. You go to Rwanda, you also have the Chamber of Deputies, and you also have the Senate. So these political institutions, if you are a comparativist and you want to study the structure of the political system in various countries, then you have to know all these, the political institutions, the constitutional framework, and even the electoral system. Okay, the electoral system. In Rwanda, they practice the proportional representation. Okay, unlike Ghana, we practice the first past the post. When it comes to electoral system, we learn all that. The proportional representation means that they give quotas to women, they give quotas to other groups of marginalized people, and so particularly the women. Okay, so when you go to the Chamber of Commerce deputies, Chamber of Deputies in Rwanda, they know the percentage of seats that they have to give to women. When it comes to the Senate, they have the percentage of seats that they give to women. So they practice proportional representation. Whereas in Ghana, we practice first past the post. It means that everybody is given the chance to participate, so that irrespective of your sex, whether you are a man or a woman, you compete together. There's no quota system in Ghana here. So that is their electoral system. The same thing applies to other countries. What about the party system? Party system. In some countries, they allow only few political parties to take part. But in some jurisdiction, like we even heard that in Cameroon, they have more than 80 political parties contesting. In Ghana, it may be less, it may be more. So the political systems that is operating in that country, how are they? All comes under the structuralist approach to comparative politics. I mentioned the federalism system and then the unitary system. So whereas some countries practice the federal system of government like Nigeria and US, Ghana, we practice unitarism, which is unitary system. The unitary system means that we have unicameral legislature. Unicameral legislature, that is, we have one legislature. We don't have the second chamber like the Senate. We don't have Senate. All that we have is Parliament. Okay. And then we still have the Council of State, who advises the president. So if you are learning about the structure, or your approach is the structuralist approach, then you have to know all these things. You have to also know the political culture and the traditions. You have to also know civil society and interest groups. Okay, we have in Ghana Imanis, CDDs, IDEC, and what have you. If you are studying comparative politics and your approach is the structuralist approach, so it means you have to learn all these civil society organization and interest groups in the system. You have to also learn about the economic system. Okay, the economic system. As a structuralist or under the comparative politics, you have to know what entails when it comes to, as IMF, when it comes to World Bank, okay, and when it comes to international monetary organizations or financial institutions that work with the government. They are all structures. And so you have to learn all these things. And that one will make you understand better. Okay, how are the IMF able to coordinate in the Nigerian government? How are the IMF able to coordinate in the Ghanaian government? How are they able to coordinate in Francophone countries? How are they able to coordinate in Anglophone countries? As a structuralist, you have to know all these things. And also the societal cleavages. Okay, societal cleavages. We are talking about interconnections among the society. In Ghana, how are the ethnic groups and the these groups interconnect? How do they relate? How do the Muslims and then the Christians, despite the fact that we are talking about culture and belief, how are their structures relate? Okay, so as a structuralist under the comparative politics, you have to know the cleavages or the connections in this society in which we how do politicians relate to academics? Okay, how do they also relate to the traditionalists? These are structures in our society. How do even marriage counselors do all these things in our political dispensation? You have to know all these things as a structuralist under comparative politics. Under the structuralist, you have to know the legal system. We mentioned the court system, mentioned the lower courts, the upper courts, and then the appeal courts and what have you. You have to know all this so that when you are making reference, you can know what you are talking about. You have to also know the media and communication. They are all part of the structure in a political dispensation. How does the media operate? How do they communicate? Do they have body in place, like the National Media Commission, to institute their behavior, institute their actions. You have to know all this. You have to also know the historical context in which we are coming from. The historical context, you can even learn the various constitutions that were promulgated during the First Republic, the Second Republic, even the Third Republic, before the Fourth Republic. As a structuralist under the comparative politics, you should be able to compare all this historical context and then international relations, as well as the global context. How do how do Ghana also relate globally? As a structuralist, you have to know all these. Other than that, you will not be able to fully compare political systems in the globe. Okay, we are left with about 9 minutes, so I want us to finish, and then we take about 5 minutes to deliberate, and then we close. So, what is the importance of comparative analysis? Remember, when you are doing comparative politics, you have to always be analyzing these similarities, differences, and what have you. So, what is the importance of this? Comparative analysis is a fundamental method used across various disciplines, okay, including political science, sociology, economics, and more. So comparative politics or analysis is a powerful tool that enhances our understanding of political phenomenon, informs policy making, and contributes to developing robust theories in political science. So it enables researchers, policymakers, and practitioners to make more informed and effective decisions in a complex and interconnected world. Okay, so your analysis, comparing political issues, structures, cultures, you have to ensure that the analysis that you are making is right. And what is the importance of it? You get deeper understanding of what you are comparing, okay? And you'll be able to also research much, okay? If you are doing a comparative analysis of two traditional festivals, because you want to understudy what entails in these traditional festivals, the analysis that you are making will give you the full picture of the two, because remember, you are comparing, and if you are analyzing, it means you have to bring about the differences, similarities, and the equilibrium, what bring them together. And once you are able to do that, you'll be able to compare these political situations. So we continue in political science. Comparative analysis is paramount for several reasons. So these are the reasons: understanding variations and similarities, causal inference and theory testing, policy evaluation and lesson learned, identification of best practices, avoiding selection bias, generalizability and external validity, contextualizing unique events. Okay, so all these things, that is the importance of comparative analysis, so that if you are comparing and you are with the lens of analyzing these similarities and differences, you'll be able to have informed decision. Okay, so let's look at theoretical approaches to comparative politics. Despite the fact that you have seen the scope, okay, and the structural issue to do with the scope, let's look at structural functionalism behavioralism, institutionalism, rational choice theory, all falls under the approaches. So first we have talked about the scope, and now let's look at the theoretical approaches. In the academic field, we most often talk about theoretical approaches. So now that we've studied the structure approaches, let's look at the theories that underpins the structuralist scope. Okay, so we have the structural functionalism. What does the structural functionalism as a theory, okay, under comparative politics? So it's a theoretical framework that emerged in the social sciences, including political science, in the mid-20th century. Now we are in the 21st century. And so the structural functionalism, which is a theoretical approach to comparative politics, is talking about analyzing and explaining political phenomena across different countries. And so, as I said, we have the structuralist scope of political or comparative politics. But if you are using the theory, okay, if you are using the theory, it means that it should be in the theoretical framework. If it is in the theoretical framework, it means you have to analyze these structures across countries. And so structural functionalism is talking about how various components in the various political system play out across countries, across nations, okay, across borders. So the structural functionalism make us understand that, okay, within the framework of this particular country, this is how the structure is. Within the framework of this particular country, this is how the structures function. That is structural functionalism. So it focuses on understanding how various components of political system or society as a whole work together to maintain stability. The structural functionalism focus on understanding how the various components of political system or society as a whole work together to maintain stability and order. So when you are using structural functionalism, the various political structures, we've mentioned the parliament, we've mentioned the judiciary, we've mentioned the executive. How do they coordinate so that we have stability? In our case, we have checks and balances where executive will check the legislature or parliament, and parliament will also check the executive. Same thing, the executive will check the judiciary will also check the parliament. And that is how the structures function. And all falls under structural functionalism. Okay. Another theoretical approach is behavioralism. Okay, behavioralism is a methodological approach in political science that emerged in the 20th century. That one also emerged in the 20th century. So in comparative politics, behavioralism has significantly impacted how scholars approach the analysis of political phenomena. Okay, so it emphasizes the systematic study of political behavior using empirical methods and applying scientific principles to study politics. So here we are talking about political behavior. Okay, talk about political behavior and behavioralism. How do these politicians or political animals or political actors behave? The structural functionalism is talking about how institutions and structures in political system function and coordinate to bring stability. In behavioralism, we are talking about political behavior of the politician. How do they behave? Are they radical? Are they peacemakers? Are they charismatic? So that is where the theoretical approach comes in. Okay. And this approach, another one, institutionalism, is also a theoretical perspective in political science that strongly emphasizes the role of formal and informal institutions. in shaping political behavior. So once another theoretical approach is talking about structural functionalism, another one is talking about behavioralism, how political uh, animals behave or political behavior. And this institutionalism is talking about formal and informal institutions in shaping political behavior. So the formal and informal institutions, what do we have? Informal institutions, we have so many informal institutions in our society, and we also have many formal institutions in our society. How are they shaping the political behavior? Okay, good. It suggests that institutions are key determinants of political stability, policy, policy choices, and functioning the political system. So institutionalism provides a valuable framework for understanding how formal and informal rules, norms, and organizations influence political processes and outcomes. Okay. It is widely used in political science research to analyze topics ranging from electoral systems, party behavior, to functioning of democracies and the impact of international organization. So the moment you talk about institutionalism, you're talking about formal and informal institutions shaping the political behavior and decision making. And the last one is talking about rational choice. Okay, rational choice theory, as in rationality. Okay, so you see that rational choice theory is prominent approach in political science and economics that applies principles of rationality to the study of individual decision. It assumes that individuals act in their own self-interest, aiming to maximize their utility, as we have already said. This theory has wide range at applications, including a comparative politics, international relations, and public policy. And so these are what you've had so far on this period. Okay, so let's give ourselves some 3 minutes to wrap up. What did you learn with the theoretical approaches to this comparative politics? What did you learn, especially when you look at the importance of comparative analysis, and then you look at these theoretical approaches? We have only 2 people, and then we call it a day. And then when you give me the email addresses, I'll send it to you. But before I send the slides to you, I want Thomas to ensure that we are sending to people who are reading comparative politics. We are not sending to any other people. So that is why we are writing the names and contact numbers. Recently, we've seen that Isaac is not doing comparative politics. So it means he was on the wrong course. So Mr. Amos, please, when the time comes, ensure that the contact that Isaac has given to you, they are people doing comparative politics. Other than that, we'll have plenty people on our WhatsApp page. Meanwhile, they are not doing comparative politics.
Okay,
so
thank you.
Yeah, let's have 2 people, and then we call it a day. 2 people to tell us the theoretical approaches or the importance of comparative analysis.
Okay. What I've learned is that pertaining to the last scoop of comparative policy, that the structuralist perspective of view. Structuralist, when they talk about structures, they are talking about the various institutions in the country and then how they function. In that is the structure, the various institutions such as maybe if you come to Ghana, we have institutions such as the legislature, we have the executive, and the judiciary, how they function, and then how they function in terms of playing politics, and then to the interest of the the citizens. So structuralists believe that all institutions in the country or in other arrangements are to shape the political behaviors of the people. So we talk about the key aspects, and the key aspects of the structuralist is the constitutional framework. And in my understanding, every country has set of rules and regulations that govern them in respect of every aspect of their runnings. So the constitutional framework in Ghana, we have the 1992 Constitution, and this Constitution is written and can be and is accessible. So when you take the 1992 Constitution like this, if you open, we have articles in it that spell out the various functions of the structures or the institutions in Ghana, such as, so if you take the legislature, the constitution spells out their responsibility, and if you take the executive, it also spells out their responsibility. Maybe the legislature, they make law, the executive, they formulate and implement policies, and then take the court or the judiciary, they adjudicate cases and they interpret the constitution. So all these structures are to function to make to make the citizens to make a good and a good policy that will be beneficial to all the citizens in the country. And then, as comparing Ghana to Britain, whilst Britain's own is more or less unwritten, which is based on interventions, bylaws, and all sort of that. So when you are doing comparative politics, in order to compare, you should know all those structures and how they function. And then we talk about the political institutions or the political institutions. And then you must also know much about the political institutions. That is the same arms of government, how they function, even somehow they even delegate their powers in terms of emergencies in order to make the right choice for the people to benefit. And in doing comparative politics too, you should know the electoral system and how they operate. In Ghana like this, the electoral system, everybody needs to compete. For and then gain the legitimate power through maybe through election, for you to have the power to 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 exercise or initiate the policies that you have, and then to benefit the people. And if you go to countries like Rwanda, as for them, I learned they use the proportional representation while they have quota for especially women, and the number of women that are supposed to have representation, and then how they also form their policies. So if you want to do comparative politics, you need to know much about the electoral system. And we can also talk about the party system. The party system also come to play to make good judgments when doing comparative politics in regard to the structuralist view of doing things. You have to know more about the party system. That is, for some countries, they practice one party system. If you check the history of Ghana, during Kwame Nkrumah's time, he changed Ghana to one party system when CPP became the only political party in Gold Coast back then. But now that one became history. Now, if you talk about the politics of Ghana now, Ghana is practicing multi-party system. And then currently uh, we have the NDC, the MPP, we have the GUM, the CPP, and so on and so forth. And then out of Cameroon, which have about 80 political parties in their country, and then so all these things form part of comparative politics. So in order to compare and make good judgment, you should know all these things. And also you can also talk about uh, the the economic system, how they function, how they help, and how they operate. Maybe the economic system, we can talk about this institution that offers financial help to countries during hard times. Talk about the IMF, that's the International Monetary Fund, how they operate in respective countries. Maybe for example, maybe if you are going to maybe a country is going to IMF for help, the IMF will first, to what I know, the IMF will first uh, do research on the country's economic system and see how they are doing, and then how their system is operating before they offer help. That's how I know. So you have to know how they deals with the francophone countries, the anglophone countries, uh, the developed countries, the developing countries, how they operate. You should know more about that. And then another one thing you also have to take into consideration is the societal interconnections. The societal interconnections. How the various people in the society, how they connect, has to do with the leaders, the followers, and then how they connect with how the leaders connect with the followers, like let's say the politicians, how they connect with uh, the, the 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 citizens in terms of making decisions, and then making a better choice that will help the people. And then another one too you have to know is the legal system. That is, talk about the legal system, talking about the court system. You have to know how they operate. You have to know the courts that are lower. You have to know the ones that have the one that are upper, and they have to know the highest court in Ghana, how they function. Maybe if you have a case, maybe your case is at the high court. Maybe the judge make pronouncements or judge your case, and maybe you are not okay with it. How you can seek appeal at the appeal court, and if you are not still okay, I can take it to the Supreme Court, and all those stuff. You should be very conversant with those ideas in when doing comparative politics in the perspective of the structuralist view. And then another one I can talk about is the media. The media also play key role in comparative politics according to the structuralist. The media provide more informations, and then be it good or bad. So that gives you more room for you to learn, to compare similarities, to compare diversities or differences in order to make your judgment when doing comparative policies. And then another one is the historical context. So in that one, according to the structuralist point of view, the historical context is you have to be more abreast with the history of the people, where they are coming from, and then how things changes along the line. All those things you should be very conversant with it. Maybe especially in the view of Ghana, in my own understanding, how things were back in Kwame Nkrumah's time, when Kwame Nkrumah took Ghana. That was the first republic, and then it was not the same as in the Second Republic, in the Third Republic, and now the Fourth Republic. So you should study the trends of the historical context of how things are doing during the comparative politics in the view of the structuralist um, scholars, in the views of, and then another one we can talk about international connections, how uh, how the various countries, how they cooperate, and then how they share ideas, how they help each other, and then how their structures, how their structures function, and then how their structures function in order to bring development to the people. You should be more abreast with that one also, so that during comparative politics, so that you make a rational choice. So after that one, I learned about the importance of comparative analysis or comparative policies. So you see, to my understanding, doing comparative policies or comparative analysis, because you are going to compare and then you are going to compare similarities, differences, and even uh, 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 ups and downs of everything you're researching or you're looking for. It gives you deeper understanding of what you are looking, and that makes you to make an informed decision. That is one thing I learned, and then it also make you open-minded in understanding similarities and varieties among different structures. In fact, in dealing with other countries, and then we can talk about the 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 theoretical approaches in comparative politics, and that one has to do with the theoretical approach. We have the structural functionalism that is talking about analyzing and explaining phenomena across countries. And that one is also there in order to ensure stability. We have the behav- behavioralism, which has to do with political behavior, the study of political behavior, and it emphasizes on uh, how the various. It's a theory that emphasizes on political behavior, and then it talks about how the politicians behave, whether the politicians are radical, whether they are being charismatic, and all sort of that, or diplomatic, all sort of that. So that is what I've learned so far. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. I appreciate what you've given us. So we'll end here. And then when you are able to form the WhatsApp, my WhatsApp number, you can add me. That is 020.
020
Yes. 33
33
50
50
160.
160. Okay.
So you try as much as possible to get in touch with those who are doing the comparative politics and get their email. When you get their email, or when you form the group, then you write your name and then email, and then you say everybody should copy and write DS and paste, so that at the end of the day, you have it in the WhatsApp group, so that if everybody is copying and pasting, it means that they agree they are doing comparative politics, and we will move from there. So by close of today or early morning, I should see the email addresses, so that I'll be able to send the slides to you before we meet next week.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Any question? Any question? Any question so far? Now, Mr. Amos is our class rep because Isaac is not part of us anymore. So Mr. Amos is our class rep. Amos, what is the full name of yours? You mentioned Amos.
My name is Amos Gilbert.
Okay. Okay. So Amos Gilbert, we appreciate you. And we've seen another person, Collins Quarting. Please, Collins Quarting, are you sure you are doing comparative politics? Collins. Collins Quarting. Okay. Some people join, but they don't know whether they are doing it or not. So please, if there are no questions, please enjoy your day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doc.
Okay. Bye.
Bye.
Cos rep. You were giving us another different lecture, wow.
You sure?
Hey, you were
Have you
giving
had
us another lesson.
I don't share my view, Keke Wabek.
Now this be your view, Keke. I know it's your view, Keke, but Charlie, it was a whole a class that
Oh. Is this saying you joined from the
you have.
beginning? You joined from the
Yeah,
beginning. Things are possible. Hey.
I joined from beginning. I know it's many, but you know you also have another class that is it microeconomics. Yeah, I
Charlie,
think so.
I did do some. I did do some. I did do some. Okay, you next time.
Okay.
Sorry. Sorry.
Don't worry. It's part of us. Don't worry.
You do
It shall be well. So I believe
let's
we
see your
should
number.
prepare ourselves for that.
I don't have your number here, so I'll add you.
Me,
Or you give yours to Mr. Isaac.
yeah, I gave my number to Isaac.
Okay, then I'll contact him and take care.
I think we have class economic class
Yeah, we
in
have
next 30 minutes. You know
yeah.
11:40 or 11:45. So 11:50
11:50.
rather.
11:50. Yeah.
Okay, then
Okay.
goodbye,
Okay.
colleagues.
All right. Okay. Bye.
Yes, fine. See, what's that?